Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the SA Masters Champs down here at Seal Point. We are now almost at the end of our first heat, and we're saying we'd just like to apologize for starting up the live stream a bit later today. We had a little bit of complications setting up, but we are now up and running and we are ready to catch the surfers out here. The conditions have dropped off quite a bit. The swell is now relatively small, so the surfers have moved up further up the point, but there's still some scoring potential in these conditions, so looking forward to see what our surfers manage to do throughout the day. We have now started our second heat of the day down here at Seal Point, and it looks like a slow start for us today. Conditions are definitely a lot smaller than what we've seen for the past 2 days of the event. the previous heat, we saw John Micheletti in red dropping a 5.33 and a 7.67. And so in the yellow, Rian Barnard advancing with him. And now we have yellow up and riding. And the smaller one, definitely making do with what he's got. We have Surfer in the white dropping a 6-point ride for his first wave. And then Surfer in the red, Matthew van Rensburg, right behind him with a 3.17. And Surfer in the yellow with a small score. And Surfer in blue yet to open his account. These first few heats of the day are going to be 5-minute heats. As we see another score loading for our Surfer in the red and Surfer in the yellow, dropping a 4-point ride at a 2.60. He is now in second position. As we see Surfer in red up and riding at the moment on his backhand, really milking everything he can out of this wave all the way onto the rocks as it starts to fade out. We have 7 minutes remaining, and Surfer in red, his last ride coming in at a 5.67. So our current situation for our surfers, we have red in first, yellow in second, white in third, and blue still to open his account. He is definitely playing the waiting game out here. And even though the conditions are relatively frustrating out here for our surfers, being a little bit smaller than the previous days, it is still a very beautiful morning out here at Seal Point. The sunrise this morning was spectacular. The past few mornings we've been welcomed by such a beautiful sunrise. A lot of pinks and oranges in the sky. We're now coming down to the 5-minute mark in this heat. Blue is still yet to catch a wave. As we see surfer in the yellow, nice first turn from him, carving it back to the pocket, working it all the way onto the rocks. As we see another surfer on the back. I believe that was our surfer in the white. We see our heat lead up and running, trying his best to stay on this wave. White's last wave coming in at a 8.33, so he'll move up into the lead. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this heat. As you see, surfer in red up and riding now on his backhand. Also riding this wave right into the rocks here. Coming down to 45 seconds left in this heat. Surf in Red's last ride. Not going into his top two, just sitting with a 3.63. That is now our second heat of the day complete. Our surfer in the white, Brent Badenhorst, taking the win in that heat, with red Matthew van Rensburg right behind him. A huge congratulations to all the surfers surfing in that heat. Conditions were not easy. And introducing the next surfers in this heat, we have Bruce Barrett in the red. In white, we have Dennis Garfini. In yellow, Brandon Walker. And in blue, Oliver Fierreis. As we look, Red taking a look at that wave. And surfing the blue up and riding on his backhand. That wave just running away from him. So those two scores coming in for our surfers. Surf in the blue, his ride coming in at a 2.67, and surfer in the red, just a small score of a 0.23. As you see, another paddle from him, unfortunately not making it around that foam section. As we see another paddle here from our surfer in the white. Off the back of that one. And red again on the foamy one, managing to get a nice first turn in. Trying to stay with it. And he'll go down. See what the judges think of Surfer in the Red's wave. And that score comes in for our surfer in the red. It is a 5.67, so that pushes him up into the lead. It's just under 12 minutes remaining. As you see, blue up and running. He'll kick off the back of that one. we are now approaching the 10-minute mark in this heat. We have Bruce Borrett in the red in first position, with Oliver Fierreis right behind him with second place. And we have yellow in third and white in fourth, both of them with smaller scores. We are 3 days into this event and we have seen some challenging conditions with a small gap of some nice calm offshore waves as well as a bit of sun. But these surfers have many years of experience surfing in all different types of conditions. As we see a surfer in the white up and riding. We'll complete that ride. My apologies, that was a surfer in the yellow. Brandon Walker. That wave coming in at a 1.83. He now needs a 3.57 to advance into the next heat. Priority now sits with white as we see yellow on a wave on the inside, getting as much as he can out of this wave, setting it right onto the rocks, and he'll come off the back of that one as we see surf in the white up and riding on his backhand on a nicer looking wave, trying to make his way around that section. Unfortunately, the wave just fading out on him. As we see blue up and riding on a foamy one. That wave also not giving him what he needs. As we see red now up and riding. Nice closeout turn from him. And he'll see that wave fades away. We are now down to the last 5 minutes of this heat, and we have Surfer in the red still in the lead with a 5.67 and a 3.37, and we have Surfer in the blue with a 2.67 and a 2.73. We have yellow also still in third with a 183 and a 28, and Surfer in the white with a 0.1 and a 2.3. These surfers have been trying their best to get as much as they can out of these waves, surfing them all the way onto the bricks. Now we see a paddle from Surfer in the white. Unfortunately, he goes down. Like we have a few ripples coming in as we see blue up and riding way up the point there. So we see yellow trying his hardest to make it around that section. Unfortunately, the wave not offering that for him. And red now up and riding. A nice roundhouse from him. this heat is now ended. Congratulations to all the surfers who surfed in that heat. We have surfer in the red taking the win, with blue advancing with him. Now we have our last over 40 men of the second round. We have in red Jonah Fenter, in white Ant Donaldson, in yellow Mark van Rensburg, and in blue Razar de Nicker. Looks like we have some waves coming in for our surfers now. As we see surfer in the yellow, unfortunately going down. Just a few small scores coming in for our surfers. We are now just under 9 minutes remaining in this heat, and we have only a few small scores still on the board. As we see blue almost holding on to that closeout turn. Surfer in the blue, his last ride coming in at a 1.17, so he does take the lead over the other surfers. Just over 6 minutes remaining now in this heat. If you are just joining us here today, we are into the fourth heat of our day. This is the last over 40 men heat for round 2. Conditions have dropped off a lot, and the surfing is happening a bit further up the point now. See a small paddle from surfer in the yellow here on the inside. as we saw the end of our last over 40 men round 2, our last heat of round 2. We are now into heat 1 of round 2 of our over 45 men. This is also a 15-minute heat. We have red in first with a 2-point ride, blue in second with a 0.67, and yellow in third with a 0.5. The weather is definitely a bit more pleasant this morning compared to what we had the past few days of the event, other than the small gap around lunchtime where it was very pleasant, nice warm sun and some great waves. We are now 3.5 minutes left of our over 45 men heat 1 round 2. We have white in the lead with a 5-point ride and a 3.90. We have surfer in the red with a 2-point ride and a 6.4. He is currently sitting in second place. We have surfer in the yellow in third, needing a 5.48 to improve. He is sitting with a 2.67 and a 2.93. We have surfer in blue waiting on a score, but he is currently in fourth position looking for a 5.88, sitting with a 2.53 and a small 12 of 0.67. Just under 2 minutes remaining. We have white in first. Now, as a score comes through, we now have a situation change. We have surfer in red in first, a 6.4 and a 4.13. Now white drops down to second place, and we have a yellow in third and blue in fourth, with priority sitting with the surfer in yellow and second prior with surfer in the white. Third prior with red and fourth prior with surfer in the blue. We are now ended with this heat. Advancing into the next round, we have surfer in the red and surfer in the white. And we are now into the next heat. This is our second heat of the over 45 men of the day. We have congratulations to Martin and Matt for improving into the next round. Just a few small scores dropping for our surfers in blue and yellow. We have Draught, his wave coming in at a 1 point ride, and Dean Knox, his wave coming in at a 0.5. As we see Surf in the red up and riding. He'll complete that ride. That was John van Reenen, Surf in the red. His wave coming in at a 2.50. Small paddle from Surfer in the blue. He doesn't like the look of that wave. And another paddle. Another paddle there from our surfer. That was our surfer in the yellow. That was Dean Knox. Priority now sitting with surfer in white. Surfer in the white, still needing to open his account. As we see Surfer in the red up and riding, completing that wave. Surfer in the red, John van Reenen. Looking at a paddle from Surf in the white, utilizing his priority. Nice first turn from him. And unfortunately this wave just disappearing on him. Surfer in the white needing a 1.01. We have 7 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat. Surfer in the red, John van Reenen in the lead. Surfer in red, his last ride coming in at a 3.43, and white, our surfer Patrick Gardner, his last ride coming in at a 2.57, so he bumps up into second position. Another paddle here. We have surf in the blue, getting a nice couple turns in. Unfortunately, the foam just catching up to him.
With 5 minutes remaining, surface, 5 minutes. First priority is with red, second priority with white, third priority with yellow. The situation is red. You are in the lead with 2 poles, with 2.8 seconds and a 3.43.
Surfer in the white, his last ride coming in at a 0.47, and surfer in the blue, that ride that we just saw, that came in at a 4.83, so he is now in second position. And another paddle here. This is our surfer in the yellow, also managing to get a few turns in before this wave fades onto the rocks. You can see a little bit of sun poking through the clouds here. Definitely a pleasant feeling after a bit of cold this morning. Surf in the yellow, his last ride coming in at a 2.57, so he bumps up into third, now needing a 3.27 to advance into the next heat. As you see, John using his priority, keeping yellow off of that wave, completing a nice closeout turn. That was surfer in red, John van Reenen, knowing how the game works, keeping his position locked in. And that ride coming in at another 3.43. So he further extends his lead with 1.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Definitely looks like it's going to be a lovely day down here at the beach. A little bit warmer than our past 2 days. And I know that tomorrow will be warmer than today. As you see, White up and riding, unfortunately going down on his last turn. And that signals the end of our over 45 men heat 2, round 2. We have John van Reenen taking the win in that heat, and Dane Roth just behind him, surfer in the blue. But again, a huge congratulations to everyone surfing in that heat. It really does come down to strategy and making sure you utilize what you can on the waves, as well as knowing when to use your priority. As we saw some very strategic surfing there from Surf in the Red, as well as some good performing maneuvers. We now have our third heat of the over 45 men. We have in red Andrew Lange, in white Brandon Reed, in yellow Michael Hill, and in blue Kelvin Herbst. As frustrating as conditions like this can be, it's really interesting to see how these surfers manage. Like I mentioned earlier, our surfers have lots of experience in many different conditions, whether they have free surfed their whole life or were competitive surfers. They have many years of experience in small waves, onshore waves, as well as huge offshore conditions. As we see a paddle from Surfer in the Red. Unfortunately, just getting caught behind the whitewater. I'm sure everyone watching at home, whether it's on the live stream or on YouTube, is very grateful for this live stream that's happening. And I'd just like to thank everyone involved making that possible for you. We have a few sponsors on our team making sure that everything runs smoothly. And a few sponsors keeping our crew happy. We have the Cape St. Francis Resort accommodating all our crew members, as well as St. Francis Breweries for feeding all of us throughout this week. And we wouldn't have such fast working internet without True Technologies. Red up and riding, a nice car from him. Riding it all the way onto the inside, styling it out. That was Andrew Langer, a stylish surfer from up in Durban area. Some impressive surfing from him. And Surfer in the Red, his last ride coming in at a 7.17. So some great surfing on these waves here from our Surfer in the Red, Andrew Langer, dropping one of the biggest scores we have had this morning. And here we have Surf in White, Brandon Reed, also trying to get as much as he can out of this wave. We have just over 7 minutes remaining on the clock in this heat. The current situation is surfer in the red in first with a 2.5 and a 7.17. Surfer in the blue with a single scoring ride of a 2.73. And third place, we have surfer in the white with a 2.43 and surfer in yellow yet to open his account. It looks like we have some waves coming for our surfers. Surfer in the red, he is in a pretty good position at the moment with first priority. We now have 5 minutes remaining with red still in first. And blue in second. As we saw some great surfing from surfer in the red, Andrew Lange, dropping a 7.17. Looks like we have a paddle from surfer in the white. Nice first turn. Trying to make it around that section. Gets in another good carve. And another. Really seeing what he can get out of this wave on the rocks. We'll see what the judges think of that score. The situation is still currently red in the lead. Blue in second, and surfer that we just saw up and riding is sitting in third. And surfer in the yellow yet to open his account with 3 minutes remaining. We've seen some decent surfing from our surfers during this heat, with some stylish surfing from surfer in the red. I know that he's definitely a young surfer at heart, loves surfing most conditions, as well as trying out different types of boards. Now we are just under 2 minutes remaining in this heat. White's wave coming in at a 4.83. He now bumps up into second position. Priority still sitting with surfer in red.
One minute remaining, surfers. 1 minute. Red in the lead, white in second, blue in third. Blue looking to score a 4.54. First priority is red, second priority is blue, third priority is white.
We're coming down to the last 30 seconds of this heat. Situation is still red in the lead, white in second, blue in third, and yellow sitting with a small score of a 0.1. As we see a little wave approaching. Unfortunately, none of our surfers managing to get one in the last few seconds of that heat. But a huge congratulations to Surfer in the Red for taking the win in that heat and providing some entertaining surfing. And Surfer in the White improving with him. But again, a huge congratulations to all the surfers surfing in that heat. We are now into the fourth and final heat of our over 45 men round 2. We have in the red Bruce Taplin, in the white Ryan Ribbink, in the yellow we have JJ, and in the blue we have Jono Scarfini. Just also another thanks to some of the other sponsors that have joined us. We have Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer and Outdoor Photo that have also helped to make the live stream happen. We also have First Choice High Protein on our team that have also provided our crew members with a gazebo. So a big thanks to them for making it just that much more comfortable for our crew members. We also have Shaper X contributing to the live stream. And obviously a huge thanks to Surfing South Africa for running the whole event.
minutes remaining, 12 minutes remaining.
We are almost down to 5 minutes 5 minutes into this heat. And I will now be tuning out. But you will soon be joined by Tash to take you through a few of the heats. We are now into our third heat of the over 50 men. We have in red Greg Harris, in white Warren Krill, in yellow Steve Hurt, and in blue Jason DeVette. We have seen some good surfing throughout the beginning of this day. We are getting closer to 3 minutes into this heat. We've had a few waves ridden, just waiting on some scores to come through. But we currently have yellow in first priority. Second priority we have white. Third priority is with red, and fourth priority is with blue. As we see some scores come in, we have Greg Harris, who is currently in the lead with a 3.17, and we have Jason DeVette in second, surfer in the blue, with a 2.33. We have Warren Kriel in third, surfer in the white, with a 2.17. I'm here with Tash in the booth. We're going to both take you through some of the heats. Tash?
Hello, Jess. Thanks for having me join you here in the booth for the next few heats. Some been exciting surfing out there. Obviously, these 15-minute heats are really, really tricky. You can see there are a few lulls kind of at the start and in between the heats. So what do you think your strategy would be out there if you had to be in a heat right now?
My strategy would definitely depend on what comes through in my heat. I think I would have two plans in my head. One would be wait for a good wave to come through, but if that wave doesn't come through halfway through the heat, I'd have to see what I can get, obviously depending on my situation. But yeah, definitely have to have two plans in conditions like these. Tash, what would your strategy be?
I definitely try and start as early as possible. I think you're seeing the surfers who are starting early are the ones getting through because they're finding those opportunities out there. But when I say start early, I'm not saying start early on just a takeoff. You know, you still want to choose the right wave, or actually a wave that's going to give you something a little bit more like a 3.5. You're seeing those surfers sitting in a better position when they get those higher small wave scores. And then I was speaking to a few of the guys earlier up the top, and I was actually saying to them, it looks like to me a lot of the guys aren't paddling in hard enough. So what they're doing is they're kind of waiting for the wave to push them in. But you can see there's quite a bit of a strong offshore, and that's actually causing them to go a bit slower into the wave. So if you see some of them getting stuck behind, yes, it's running very fast, but a lot of them are maybe a little bit too slow on that takeoff section and need a little bit more. And if they got into that wave sooner, they would get around the section. So you can see this is yellow. And you see that is a really nice opening ride for yellow. That is Steve Hurt. And he got into that wave nice and early. And I think that is the key for a lot of these guys out there. You can see him finishing off. I actually just spoke to Paul Canning. He says it's rather shallow on that inside section. The guy's definitely trying to get as much out of the waves as possible. Jess, what do you think you have seen out there scoring potential. What do you think the judges are kind of looking for?
Definitely taking that risk and completing your ride, but also utilizing everything that your wave offers. Obviously, it can be tricky and difficult to stay in front of the wave due to it being quite fast, but I think that the surfers that are managing to actually do that are getting some good scores on the board, as well as completing their rides. Obviously, sometimes the wave doesn't give you that opportunity, but when it does, it's definitely worth taking the risk.
And you can see in this heat, scores quite close between the three surfers on the board. I think we're going to see a higher score for our surfer in the yellow come through. Yep, there it is, a 5.4 for the second of yellow, so his total of 5.4. 323, 533, sorry. I'm looking at white. So white is in the lead. Yellow's in second with that 533. So that wave, you could see he got into it nice and early and really used the whole wave to get his scoring potential up. And I think that's what's making the difference between those 5s and the 2s that we're seeing out there. I was also speaking to some of the guys. You can't tell right from this angle, but we are very high up on the point, almost at the top of Seal Point. And this is where they are surfing their waves. Yellow, again, getting a quick backup. So I think Yellow is going to put himself in a really good position out here. That 5.33 and his backup, probably around a 3.5 to a 4.5, I think. But I'm not a judge. Luckily, the judges are sitting on the panel and they know what they are looking for out there. Jess, you're more of a longboarder, but you're shortboarding a little bit more recently. What do you think out here? Do you think you'd prefer to be on your shortboard or your longboard?
I think that if I was on my longboard, it would still be quite risky. It is quite fast and quite on the rocks, and I think for a longboard fin, that would be quite dangerous. But I think if you really wanted to, if you have a fin sponsor, I definitely think there's some fun waves out there. So the last ride of Yellow coming in at a 4.67. So Steve really showing us that he's giving us his all out here, completing both of those rides and putting him in a good position as we see Red on a smaller one, but also getting as much as he can out of it. We'll see now. It's pretty much on the rocks. But yeah, I think it's definitely tricky out there for a shortboard, but these surfers are showing us that they definitely can get scores out here.
Yeah, I think seeing Steve's heat so far, I mean, he's basically surfed a near perfect heat for these conditions. You know, he's got 6 minutes remaining. The 5.33 and a 4.67 is score line, and feeling pretty comfortable, especially after watching those last few heats. You know, if you're getting above a 10-point average, you're feeling confident that you're definitely making it through to the next round. You see last of Red, a 3.13, so that moves him into that second position. But you can see Red and White quite close in scores. And definitely seeing that Yellow feeling a little bit comfortable out there. Does have third priority, so he can be patient and probably wait it out till he gets priority to get a better wave and improve on that 4.67, put some pressure on the rest of the surfers out there. We have some really nice conditions today, nice offshore wind. Obviously we started day one, a lot of east and strong onshore. Some of the surfers saying it was very tricky to get waves. Yesterday started with our onshore surf, but as the day progressed, the wind slowly changed direction. And that was really great to see. We saw in the afternoon some really great looking lines coming through, and all the surfers really enjoying the conditions out there. And obviously today, a lot cleaner surf. We did have a little bit of a storm last night, lots of thunder and lightning and rain. So everything is quite wet around here. But our surfers were out there bright and early, making sure they got in their warm-up surf. Today we have a lot of our round twos for the divisions. So you'll see a lot of these 15-minute heats. And one thing is for sure, they are going a lot quicker than 20 minutes. Surf is definitely missing those extra 5 minutes, especially in these conditions. Jess, if you were in Surfer and Blues position right now, what would you do out there?
Well, Surfer and Blue is currently in 4th priority, so as well as 4th position, so it's not a great place to be in. But I think the best he can do is hope that there's a few waves that come through and the other surfers don't try block him off or try go for them. I think with 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat, he definitely needs to put a score on a board. He doesn't need too big of a score. It's definitely doable, but whether that wave comes through or not for him is going to be the biggest game changer. But yeah, I think he can't really catch any insiders because there aren't really any insiders available to him unless you're pretty much scraping the rocks with your fins. But yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of what waves come through during this time, that during the last few minutes of this heat. But yeah.
He's looking for a 4-point ride, or a 397, so 4 points. And he'll definitely have to get more than one turn, connect a few down the line. Our judges are really liking waves with connecting turns and one turn that really does stand out. So this is our heat leader, Steve Hurst in yellow. Great carve back to the pocket. Another slash there. Hoping for a bit more, but that wave is fading out on that inside section. Our judges really liking one major maneuver. The others can be a little bit smaller or working through the sections. But when you have that big carve like we saw Steve do on that last wave, and connecting it through with a few more extra turns, they really are rewarding. Last of yellow, 277, so that doesn't go into his top two. Still feeling confident out there. You know, he prevented the rest of the surfers from getting that wave and maybe improving on their situation as well. So there's a lot of strategy that goes in, not just ensuring that you're getting your 2 waves, but using priority wisely at the end of the heat to make sure that your other competitors aren't getting too close to you in the score line. And here goes White. Warren Creel on his backhand. Nice snap back there. Question is, will this wave give him a little bit more? And you could see it was just fading out on him. He was trying to work it a little bit more, but just not offering too much to him. So we have 40 seconds remaining. And situation at the moment still the same. White trying to get around this one. Fortunately, just running a bit too quickly away from him. We have 30 seconds. Jess is going to go on a little bit of a break now. I will take you through the next 2 heats. Jess, thank you so much for joining me for this first or heat 3 of our over 50 men. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, see you now.
So that last heat, Steve Hurd taking the win over Greg Harris in second, Warren Creel in third, and Jason DeVets in fourth. We're now into our over 55 men round 2. This is heat 1. We have in red Niels Brammer In white, Rob Pereira. In yellow, Robert Galt. And in the blue, Wayne Clark. Another exciting round. We'd just like to say big thank you to our sponsors for this live stream, that friends and family at home can get in on the action here at Cape St. Francis. We are surfing at Seal Point. So a big thank you to First Choice High Protein, to Sothebys St. Francis Bay, the Cape St. Francis Resort and Shaper X, as well as to the St. Francis Breweries for feeding our crew, to True Technologies for your reliable high-speed internet, as well as to Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer and Outdoor Photo. And as I'm going through that, I see Red getting a decent wave there to start his heat. And this is blue. Wayne Clark cutting it back there, looking for a little bit more. He gets a check snap, decides to pull out of that one. Sorry, I was just having a sip of my First Choice High Protein. Stay energized whilst commentating. We've still got a long day ahead of us with plenty of action. We've got to stay on top of our energy levels as well as protein intake. Drinking the chocochino flavor. We have 12 minutes remaining in the set. A few scores coming in. First of blue, that was Wayne Clark. We saw him on screen, a 617. Definitely rewarding Wayne surfing on that wave. Niels Brummer getting a 4.5. Yellow getting a 0.83. And we're still waiting for Surfer in White to open his account, but he does have priority. So I'm sure we'll see him use it on that next set that comes through. As I was saying earlier, conditions are challenging, but it is great to have some clean waves to ride, some clean lines for our surfers. I moved up to the top a little bit earlier to go have a look and chat to some of the guys, see how they were feeling about conditions and the location. Some high spirits, a little bit worried about the rocks, some of them. They're saying, you know, it's worth it doing that last turn to get that extra point and hopefully make it through the heat. And it was quite fun to chat to some of the Eden surf riders. So remember, we are at the South African Masters Championships. What that means is our surfers are surfing for their districts as well as for themselves. So it's not just individual titles for the divisions. Just before I get into that, this is white. Rob Pereira's first ride. Great check snap there. Another carve to get going. He's getting around the section. This wave offering him a little bit more. You can see he's getting close to the rocks as that wave starts to fizzle out. As I was saying, this is South African Masters Championships, and we will have surfers surfing in their districts, so they obviously want to win the district title, but they also would like to win the individual title in their division. In our districts, we have Cape Town Surf Riders, Cape Winelands, Eden, Nelson Mandela Bay. So Nelson Mandela Bay are our hosts this year. So we're in Cape St. Francis, Seal Point. Then we have Buffalo City, the Ugu district, which is the south coast of Durban. Then we have eThekwini Surf Riders And then Ilembe. Ilembe is the north coast of KZN. It's great to see a nice variety of surfers here. 162 surfers competing this year at the Masters. Really exciting to see all of them traveling, some a little bit further than others to be here. But it is also great to see the energy and the vibe. The Masters, although some of them slightly older, they have a lot of energy and passion for surfing as well as surf competitions. Yesterday we saw some of the guys having some beers, watching the last few heats, cheering on their friends. And this morning you see all of them up the top with their coffees and jackets on, cheering on the first heats of the day. So first of white, a 4.1. So some close scores here between second and third. We have blue in the first place with a 6.17. Red is currently in second with a 4.5. White in third with that 4.1. And then yellow in fourth with a 0.83. It's just a slow start for yellow. You'll see yellow has priority, so I'm sure he will be on the next best scoring wave. We look forward to seeing the rest of the action. See white just getting a small score of a 2.17, so it does put him into the lead for now. Blue not needing much to jump in, just a 0.1 to get to first again. But first and second are progressing to the next round. Unfortunately, third and fourth are eliminated from competition, so this is quite an important round. Our surfers want to get through, get as many points as they can for their team, their district. So you'll see every now and then our surfers on the beach watching, wearing their colors. See the Cape Town Surf Riders in their blue, Cape Winelands in a yellow, Eden in green. We have Nelson Mandela Bay in the black sweatshirts with their red logo. And then we have Buffalo City wearing a navy blue. Got Ugu, seen them with their black Ugu beanies on. And eThekwini, their black hoodies, and Ilembe have these really awesome puffer jackets, which are perfect for these conditions right now because it is a little bit chilly with this west wind. Six minutes and 20 seconds remaining. As you can see, this is one of the lulls I was mentioning earlier. A little bit of time in between the sets. So our surfers having to be patient out there, wait for the better rides to come through. It's really interesting to see how different surfers handle these different pressure situations. Obviously blue, he's sitting with a 6.17. Obviously he'd like to put himself in that first place just to feel a little bit more comfortable to make it through the heat. He only needs a 0.1, so he pretty much just needs to stand up on a wave. But we'll see blue won't just wait to stand up on a wave. He's going to be looking for a good backup score. So perhaps a 4 or a 5 just to back up that 6.17. That will put him over that 10-point total and help him feel a little bit comfortable out there in the water. Remember, top 2 scores for each surfer count towards their heat total. So only one of our surfers having ridden 2 waves, the rest all on 1 scoring ride. Looks like there may be some waves coming through. They're quite high up the point, so it may miss the section that our surfers are surfing in. Looks like surfer in yellow was having a look there. Unfortunately, Robert's sitting in 4th with 4th priority. He's looking for a score of a 5.35. Blue take the opportunity to get a little bit more of a second scoring ride here. Wow, finishing off very close to those rocks. Here goes red. Niels Brummer is getting around that section. He gets the snap. Trying to get a little bit more. This wave really offering a lot more for Niels. And he will be improving, getting a backup score there. I think that was one of the longest waves ridden I have seen today. And you can see Niels coming in. He finished that wave. He was about just over ankle deep. So quite a little bit scary. Hopefully he's got all his fins and no cuts. So last of blue is a 1.6, so that did put him into the lead. We're waiting for the last of red. Red needing a score to get into second, but he's only looking for a 1.77, so I think he has got it there. Red should be moving into second after the score drops. He did get a few floats in there and getting around the section while using his rail. 30 seconds on the clock. And there it is, a 4.0 for red. Jumps him straight to first. Blue down to second. White in third and yellow in fourth. White looking for a 3.68. He only has 15 seconds remaining, and unfortunately looks like there are some waves coming in, but will they come in on time? He has to stand up before the buzzer for the wave to count, and it's 2 seconds. Unfortunately, just not in time for White. That will not count for him. So he would have had to be standing with his hands leaving the rail before the buzzer. Unfortunately, not quite getting that one in time. Congratulations to Niels taking the win Wayne in second, Rob in third, and Robert Goult in fourth. So we have 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on this clock. David Knight getting a 0.83 to start. This is a 3-man heat. You see some of our heats, 4 surfers versus 3. I like to think that a 3-man heat with 15 minutes is pretty similar to a 4-man heat with 20 minutes. And here goes White. Great snap there for Steve Bradell, followed by another one. Really working through in this wave, showing some great energy. And completes it over there. So Steve Bradell starting off with high energy and high impact on that wave. Let's see what the judges reward him with. This is our over 55 men round 2, heat 2. This is red. Lance Rumbelow gets a quick snap in the pocket there. Coming around, this is a nice looking set wave. Can he get around this section? He's unfortunately just a little bit too fast there. But first of White, an 8.83. That's an excellent scoring wave for surfer in White. He's going to be feeling pretty strong and confident after that. We've seen in the last heat, second place getting through with a total of a 7.77 and first winning with an 8.5. So really a higher heat total than first in the last heat. First I've read a 3.17. We have White first, red in second, and blue in third. One of the nicest things is starting your heat off with an excellent scoring ride. So an excellent scoring ride is between an 8 and a 10 point ride. 10 being the most perfect ride you can ever surf. Very difficult to get those 10-point rides out there, or just in general. The judges are always looking for a little bit extra, a little bit more. And this is blue. That's Dave Knight. Nice carve back there. Gets another one in. Really put his rail in on that second turn. You see he's got some bright rails on that board. Really showcasing when the board is on the rail in the wave. And here goes White. Steve Bradell. It looks like another awesome wave. Great first snap. Goes for the foam climb, carving it back. Looking for a little bit more And he decides he's had enough of that wave. And he's sitting with that 8.83 to start. That would be his second wave, just backing up his score. Just under 10 minutes remaining. The last of white comes through at a 6.5. So Steve Bradell now sitting in first, the heat total of 15.33. He has the rest of the heat in combination situation to get into that first place. But first and second will be getting through to the next round. Unfortunately, third knocked out. And what does a combination situation mean? That means surfers need to replace both their scoring rides to higher scoring rides to catch up to our surfer with the heat total of 15.33. Last of blue, 3.17. So it does put him into second. It has been really fun sitting here in the booth with you guys. But I'm going to be moving back to the beach commentary. Jess will be here shortly to take you through the next few heats. Stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the action.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
We have about 10 minutes left in this heat, and no scores have dropped just yet, but we have in red Trevor Hansen, in white Charles Didcott, and in yellow we have David Hammond. As we see a white up and riding, just a quick ride from him. And we'll see what the judges think of that score once they drop them. The conditions are still pretty much similar to how they were this morning, but luckily for the spectators on the beach, the day is starting to warm up a bit. We've got the clouds that have cleared up and a bit more sun. We now have a red up and riding. Nice turn. Wrap back to the foam. Surfer in the red, trying to get everything he can out of this wave. And he'll kick off the back of that one. Tash and I were chatting earlier about our strategies if we were surfing in these heats, and we've seen a lot of different strategies from our surfers. She mentioned that she would get started a lot earlier in the heat rather than waiting, because that seems to start you off pretty well, putting you in a good position for the rest of the heat. She also mentioned that she wouldn't just go for any wave, she would go for one that would give her the scoring opportunity, where my strategy would be a little bit different, rather waiting for a good looking wave and changing my strategy whether or not that wave came in the first 10 minutes or not. So in a way, our strategies are similar, considering that the waves that do come through, the only really scoring waves that come through are the ones that you would be waiting for. And like we saw in the heat that we were both commentating on, we had surfer in the yellow, Steve Hurt, show pretty good strategy throughout his heat, getting off at a quick start on a good scoring wave, completing his ride and dropping a 5.33, as well as giving it his all on the waves. As we see a surfer go down. The wave we saw from red comes in at a good score of an 8.5. Coming up to 5 minutes remaining, we have Trevor Hansen with a single scoring ride of an 8.5, and we have White behind him with a 1.5 and a 3-point ride, and surfer in the yellow yet to open his account. David really playing the waiting game out here. During my break, I went for a stroll up the point, just looking at all the districts grouped together, and sometimes even not. Because even though we are groups that are against each other, still all a big surfing family in the end. I know that a lot of surfers from different districts have been mates for a very long time. Surfer in yellow has not caught a wave yet, but he is in first priority, so whatever wave that he likes comes through, he does have first pick to it. So that can be crucial for the position that he's in at the moment. But we'll see whether that wave comes through or not. If you're just joining us, we are in our first heat of our over 60 men round 2. We are just under 2 minutes left in this heat. As we see a paddle from Surfer in the red, this is our heat leader. Him dropping a 8.5 on his first riding wave. One minute and 15 seconds remaining. It looks like we have a possible wave coming through. As we see our surfer in yellow, just not able to get on it. And surfer in white also having a look. Surfer in yellow now losing his priority. Now all he can do with the last 40 seconds remaining is hope that there is a wave that red doesn't decide to go on. And red up and running again, just getting caught in the foam section. We are now going into our second heat of our over 60 men. Congratulations to the surfers in red as well as white for advancing into the next heat. As we saw, unfortunately, David Hammond not managing to get a wave during the time. 15 minutes is a short amount of time to try catch a wave, especially in these conditions. But it can happen in any heat. You wait for that right wave and it doesn't end up coming. It's an unfortunate thing, but it happens to a lot of the surfers, especially in these kind of conditions. I'm sure a lot of the surfers would have appreciated a little bit more swell, but obviously we don't have any control over that. So little waves it's going to have to do. As we see red up and riding. Nice carve back to the pocket. Seeing what else this wave can do for him. Doesn't offer much. In this heat we have Patrick Cuthbert. And in white, Mervin van Straten. And in yellow we have Ed Godfrey. We'll see what score comes through for Mr. Patrick. As we see him on another little one. And the score comes in for red. It's a 2.5, and his second ride coming in at a 4.83. So he is sitting with 2 rides, adding up to a total of 7.33 while we wait for our other surfers to catch waves. We are now coming closer to the 10-minute mark. Still no other waves ridden. It's definitely been one of the slower heats. Our surfers waiting patiently for a wave to come through. Our surfer in yellow unfortunately going down on that wave. Sitting right on the rocks. As we see some waves coming out the back. We are now looking at a paddle from surfer in the yellow. Just not able to get on it. The waves also breaking quite close to the rocks here. I mentioned some of our sponsors earlier, but we also have Sothebys on our team, supporting us throughout this week. As we look at another paddle from surfer in the yellow, this is Ed Godfrey. Just not managing to get on it. Like Tash mentioned earlier, that's definitely one of the bigger factors out here, is getting onto those waves. If it means giving an extra few paddles just to get on them. It looks like here we have some waves. Red taking this one from white. He's up and riding now. Trying to stay with it. Nice first turn. Another wrap. And he'll ride out of that wave. That was Surfer in the red, our heat leader. Surfer in white. Not liking the look of that one, giving it away to red. Unfortunately being left with not much more. Loss of red's wave coming in at a 4.5, so that further extends his lead. It looks like there are a few ripples coming from out the back. Hopefully they reach here in time for our surfers. With 3.5 minutes remaining. Our surfer in white sitting with priority. As we see white now up and riding. This is his opening ride. He had to be smart and at least catch a wave. With coming down to 2 minutes remaining. Surfer in white locking a 3.17. So he puts himself into second position with surfer in yellow yet to stand on a wave. We are now coming down to 1 minute remaining. And we'll see if some more waves come through before the time ends. So surfers in the red and white advancing into the next heat. I believe these are wraparounds, so they will be advancing with the surfers that made round one. As we see surfer in white up and riding now on his backhand. Working it onto the inside here. And now another paddle. This is surfer in the yellow, trying to make his way around the section, and he manages, but he'll pull off the back of that one. this heat having a few more waves at the beginning. This is our repo round of our over 60 men, over 65 men, my apologies, our oldest division. We have Stefan Hare, Jeremy Zinn, and Warren Wearing. Warren? Looks like there was an interference from surfer in the yellow. If you're just joining us, we are down here at the Seal Point, for the SA Masters Champs. We currently have our over 65 men rep around in the water. This is a 15-minute heat. We've seen 2 of our surfers catch waves, but conditions are a bit slow this morning. I mentioned earlier that the weather has been looking a lot better than it was, and the sun is now giving our spectators on the beach a little bit more warmth. Looks like we have a wave coming through and a paddle from Red. This is serving the Red up and riding. Nice first turns. Really using as much as he can out of this wave. Definitely the best wave that's come through in this heat. Trying to stick with it all the way onto the rocks.
Nice seeing you, bro.
And he will come off the back of that one. as we see the replay. Surfer in red really holding onto it, risking his fins here on the rocks. And he manages to keep with the face of the wave. Getting another small turn in as we see a few more ripples coming out the back. But carrying on from what I was saying earlier, during my break I went up for a walk up the point, and the conditions, or the waves, look a lot different from up there in that angle. Obviously you get closer to the surface as the waves are breaking close to the rocks. As we see some visuals of the teams up the point. Like I mentioned earlier, people and districts are mixing up. I've been friends for a while, and an event like this is just an excuse to come and socialize with all old friends. Definitely an enjoyable time down here for our surfers. Stephen White now up and riding, working his way through onto the inside. Unfortunately goes down on that wave. We have just over 2.5 minutes remaining, and we can see that our surfer in the red has dropped a 9-point ride. That is one of the highest scores that we've seen this morning for our oldest division here at the SA Masters Champs. We have surfer in the red sitting in first with a single point ride of a 9, and yellow now up and riding, getting around that foam, getting a small carve in before he fades off the back. This is now our current heat leader up and riding. Now we have yellow up and riding on his forehand. Getting a few snaps in on that wave before he falls off the back. Now that is the end of our over 65 men ripper round. Taking the win, we have Stefan here, surfer in the red, dropping a 9-point ride in his heat. And surfer in white advancing with him, Jeremy Zinn. Next heat has started and surfer in white. Working one all the way to the inside. It was a ruined Dupree. We are now into our round 3 heat 1 of the over 35 men. We're going to see what these surfers have for our heat. White up and riding again, seeing what he can get on the rocks. As you see, red up and riding, getting some nice turns in, unfortunately going down. I'm now here in the booth with Andrew. How's your heat? I know you're ripping in your heat, absolutely styling. So let us know how it was and what your strategy was. You know, just anything you're feeling.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I got lucky basically. There was probably about 3 or 4 waves that were rideable in the whole heat, and I snaffled one, and then it ran away from me. So I realized the next one I was going to run away from it, which is what I kind of just got my speed up and got a turn in, you know. So it's anyone's game out there right now. It's a proper little chess game, a wave catching competition.
Yeah, pretty much. The conditions have been really tricky. Definitely some very slow heats, but yeah, it's just a matter of whether that wave comes through for you at the right time, and whether you can utilize what it offers you in that time. And I think you definitely managed to do that pretty well. Yeah, so what time's your next heat? What's your thoughts going in? Obviously, just catch waves, pretty much.
Well, 2 p.m, so the tide's going to be way out, which is interesting. And yeah, the same as always, just try and start early and get something going. I think it's quite brutal to put masters through 15-minute heats, just saying.
I think so too. That's definitely a dodgy amount of time to have a heat, especially with slow conditions. But obviously they had to run the heats quite fast. But you seem to manage, so we'll see what happens with the next heat of yours. I know you have to go help one of your teammates out. So
Uncle Ed. Yeah, thanks to Uncle Ed and all the lovely people of Seal Point for looking after us so well. It's a magic place, this.
Cool. We'll see you in your heat. Good luck. As you see, a white up and riding. That was Andrew De Lange, also known as Rooster, from up in Durban area. Really nice guy, very supportive. He's now helping one of the older surfers come in from their heats in the over 65 men. Yeah, definitely a very stoked surfer, very stoked free surfer. Very surprised to come see him here in the competition areas. He's very much of a soul surfer, if I might say. So it's definitely out of character for him to come and compete. But obviously he's definitely open to coming out of his comfort zone and competing, and he seems to be doing pretty well, managing to get what he can out here in these conditions. But yeah, looking forward to see what he can do in the future heats. I know that he's also very good friends with Twiggy. They love chasing waves together. They love whatever break has waves, they'll be there for sure. Just over 9 minutes remaining in this heat. We have a white in first, red in second, and yellow in third. As you see, red up and riding, trying his hardest to keep in front of the wave, in front of the section, manages to get there. Really some powerful turns on his backhand, unfortunately falling short on that last one. As we look at a replay here, he manages to get around the white water. And get a nice turn. Just a check off the top. And goes for a really critical backhand turn. Being just too far behind on the wave. Yellow now up and riding. Getting a nice few turns in. Keeping in front of this wave. Unfortunately going down on his last turn. But he needs a 3.13 to take that advancing position. But he manages to get a good few turns in on that wave, really using as much of it as he can, getting really critical. Unfortunately, just nosediving. As you see a paddle from white up and riding. Also using as much of the wave as he can. Trying to keep up with it. Just pulling up a little bit here on the rocks for him. And he'll not want to risk his fins. Surfer in yellow, his last ride coming in at a 5.83, so that moves him up into first position. That's our surfer in yellow, Brian Mulang.
Your last
3.5 minutes left in this heat. Our current situation is yellow in first, white in second, and red in third. I'm now here in the booth with Maya, a local here at Seal Point. Maya, how are these conditions? Are they usual for this kind of break, or is it relatively rare that we see such flat waves here during this time in winter?
It's pretty rare. We normally have some nice swell coming in. Last winter we had quite a lot of nice swell. It's a pity that it's so small, but it is what it is. But they are doing great.
Yeah, the surfers are definitely making do with what they've got out here. I'm sure that, especially after last week, I heard you guys had some waves. But yeah, so definitely a little bit disappointing for our surfers, but they're definitely utilizing what they can out here. Yeah, so do you have any family surfing in the event, or just more free surfers and spectators?
I do not have any family member competing, but friends, definitely, yeah, just watching them.
Yeah, cool. I know that Sophia Jackson, we have her dad surfing in this contest. So she's been down here supporting her dad. It can be such a beautiful thing, but it can also be very stressful. It's definitely a personal preference, and I know that even a lot of free surfers have come out of their comfort zone and decided to try contest surfing for a bit. But yeah, it's definitely a personal preference, and I know that your family is very much a free surfing family, and there's nothing wrong with it. I think that surfing is a beautiful thing, and it is like, yeah, just you can use it to compete or use it to heal, things like that. So, yeah. We've seen some good waves ridden in this heat for our last heat of our over 35 men. We have Keegan Nell, surfer in the white, in the lead. Surfer in red in second. And surfer in yellow in third, with the scores still to come. Yellow's last wave coming in at a 3.5. He now needs a 3.78 to advance. We are just under 9 minutes remaining of this heat. The current situation is still white in the lead, red in second, and yellow in third. After this heat, we will be going into round 3 of our over 40 men. And in that heat, we will see Travis Naud, and in red, and in white, Carl Ribbick, and yellow we will see Jonah Fenter, and in blue we'll see Rian Barnard. So looking forward to starting our over 40 men as we see yellow kicking out the back of that wave. Now we are looking at a replay. He decides that it's not worth carrying on with that wave, and he'll paddle back out and find another. Still a decent amount of time left on that clock. Looks like we have a small wave coming in from us for our surfers. A bit small for the liking of our surfers. I'll let it go. We are now looking at scores that have dropped. Surfer in yellow, his last ride coming in at a 3.37. And the last wave of white coming in at a high score of a 9.27. So he is comfortably in the lead. Again, one of the highest scores that we have seen drop during the course of this event. We haven't yet seen a 10-point ride yet, but we are getting pretty close. Whatever surfing is happening on these small waves have to be rewarded. as we see our surfers paddling out for the next heat, out on the rocks. With just under 3 minutes remaining, we see a paddle from Red. He's now up and riding. Just goes down on that first turn. His rail just getting a bit stuck. We can now see in the replay, we cut down to White. It's our current heat leader, dropping a 9-point ride, 9.27. We'll see if that improves his backup score or not. That last ride not factoring in his top two, coming in at a 5.37. We have now moved into our round 3, heat 3 of the over 40 men. In this heat we have in white Graham Swart, in red we have Oren Johnson, in blue Oliver Viereis, and in yellow Brent Badenhorst. A few more waves have been ridden during this heat. As we see Surfer in the blue up and riding now. And he'll kick off the back of that wave. The sun has now set its place in the sky. People are wearing less layers, soaking up the sun. Conditions still similar to this morning, maybe a little bit of a stronger offshore wind, but relatively similar to what we had this morning. You haven't heard commentating for a little bit now, and that's because I just got off of a lunch break. Our crew was fed with some delicious burgers from the St. Francis Brewery Company. As you see, blue up and riding. Just going down on that backhand carve. We've put some music up on the speakers so the vibes have just stepped up for the spectators on the beach. Everyone feeling the vibe a lot more than the cold and windy weather we've had the past 2 days.
Yellow in fourth, the Super 8-4. First priority is yellow, second priority red, and third priority white. 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Here's a wave from Surf in the blue. Up again. He'll go down on the end of that one. We've seen some pretty good scores drop from our surfers throughout the day. We've had a few 9s, a few 8-point rides.
11 minutes remaining, 11 minutes remaining.
Definitely some entertaining surfing
First priority yellow, second
and very impressive maneuvers that have been executed in these conditions.
2.33, last of 2.33. Blue is now in the lead. White, you're down to second. Red, you're in third. Now looking for a 3.3.
Our current situation is Surfer in the blue in first, Surfer in the white in second, And red in third with yellow in fourth, yet to catch a wave. Himself in the yellow. Nice first turn. And again, some very impressive surfing here from our surfer in yellow. And he'll pull off the back of that wave. And a nice closeout turn. Trying his hardest to hold on to that. Surfer in the red, Oren Johnson. Almost managing to hold onto that maneuver. blue now up and riding once again. Really trying to get onto the inside. That wave, unfortunately not giving them that opportunity. See a pedal here from a surfer in the white. This is our surfer in third position. Also trying to get as much as he can onto the rocks. That wave giving him a 2.1, so that moves him into second position. We have 1.5 minutes remaining of this heat, and then we'll go into the over 40 men heat 4, which would be our last over 40 men heat for today. Then we will go into the over 45 men heat 1 round 3. As you look at a replay here from surfer in the yellow, nice floater from him. But here we go down. Looks like we have a few lines coming through. All the surfers are going to scramble for whatever they can get here in the set. It looks like surfer in the blue now up and riding. He's had a good amount of waves throughout this heat. He'll look to complete his ride. As we see White right behind him, White being pushed down to third, trying his best to get as much as he can. This wave just running away from him. And a replay. Nice first turn in the critical section of the wave. So he goes for that deep bottom turn and gets another one in. Going vertical in that section. We'll see what the judges think of Graham's surfing. Whether that ride helps him improve or not. He needs a 3.18. And that wave comes in at a 6.83, and that moves him up into first position. So Graham really showing what he can do on that last wave. Only doing 2 turns, but going quite vertical in the right spot of the wave. And the judges acknowledged it and rewarded it as they should. I'm sure that Surfer in the White is happy to hear that after being pushed into third. So going through that heat is Surfer in the White, Graham Swart, and Surfer in the Yellow, Brent Bedenhorst. Now we are going into the over 45 men. Round 3, heat 1. My apologies, we are now in the last heat of our over 40 men. We have in this heat in red Robert Jacobs, in white we have Jason Lee Isaacs, and yellow John Micheletti, and in the blue we have Mark van Rensburg. As you see our surfers scratching for waves, hoping that the set comes through for them. Looks like we have a paddle from one of our surfers, unable to get onto that wave. And surfer in red up and rounding. This is Robert Jacobs. We'll pull off the back of that wave as it fades out. Here's you see a replay. Nice backhand turn back to the foam. And it connects it with another one. Just two turns there for surfer in the red. It comes in at a 4.17. Now we saw a wave of surfer in the yellow, a replay of his wave. Also performing some impressive maneuvers. All three maneuvers connected with each other with no pumps in between. And that wave comes in at a 6.67. Good score for our surfer in the yellow. So we have 3 waves surfed in this heat. And coming down to the 10-minute mark, we have surfer in the yellow dropping a 6.67, surfer in the red with a 4.17, and surfer in the blue with a small score of a 0.13. Looks like we have a paddle here from Surfer in the White. On his backhand, a nice buckets of spray throwing off the back of that wave. He'll pull off the back of that one. That wave comes in at a 5.83. replay here from blue as the end of this heat comes. We are now on to the next heat. As we see some waves coming as this heat starts, and we have Surfer in the white up and riding. Apologies, Surfer in yellow, a nice wrap to start. And again, and he'll close that off. That was Surfer in the yellow, Ryan ripping. We'll see what score comes in for the Surfer in yellow.
Hello everyone at home. My name is Tash van Grienen and I'm really excited to be taking you through these next few heats. But I've also got a legend of surfing in the booth with me, Heather Clark. Welcome, Heather.
How's it? Thanks, Tash. How's it going?
I'm so excited to have you in here. You're one of my idols that I looked up to growing up. And now you've been competing here at the Masters. You had your first heat on day one. Having a little bit of a break now. So how do you feel? Do you enjoy having this gap so that you can prepare for the next heat?
Yeah, well, that first day was quite challenging. Like, we got down here and, do you know what, at a Masters we always get thrown some elements at us, whether it's big surf, small surf, whether it's howling wind. And yeah, those first 2 days was quite challenging. I got through my heat. So yeah, we've had a few days off and it's like, but we've gone for morning surfs. Looking forward to tomorrow. So yeah, it's been a nice little break, but yeah, it's always good to get in and surf.
Sticking to a usual routine and rhythm kind of to keep that success rate up. Heather does say she just got through, but she had a 7 and an 8.67 in that first heat. So excellent scoring ride. One of the few on day one in those challenging conditions. But then I wanted to ask you, obviously you've been watching a lot today. What would your strategy be if you had to be out there in the water today?
Well, I went out this morning. I didn't even want to go for a paddle because we got down here on dark, and it's always my thing, you got to get a surf in before everybody else, because the moment Border gets out there, their whole team's out and then you battle to get waves. So Gary and I, we like to be one of the first ones in as well. So we'll keep that strategy going. But this morning I looked at it and I was like, I don't even want to go out. And my wife was like, no, come on, you got to go. You can't break tradition. I'm like, okay. And then Greg and Tyrell ran past. I quickly got my board and followed them out, and I was able to actually get a couple waves in that. So tomorrow we'll do the same thing before the contest, go for a couple waves. And I heard one of the lifeguards saying that the wind's going to drop off a little bit and we should get some nice waves. There's nice waves now, even though it's small, there's still very contestable waves, and the guys are getting 7s, 8s, 9s, so can't complain. It's better than being 1 foot and gutless.
That is true, and we're also surfing a really nice point break, which allows for a better shape in the wave, and you can see that it's allowing surfers to still get that length of ride that we'd like to see them get, especially at a point break. We're obviously surfing a little bit higher up the point than we have been, so it's a little bit of a different position and different lineup for some of the surfers. Do you think some of them are getting a little bit lost? I've noticed some surfers, getting those better waves, others a little bit slower to catch on to the conditions.
Yeah, sometimes when you're sitting out there, you'll hear the odd guy here and there saying, a little bit lost, like you say, a little bit lost out here, especially if you're not familiar with the spot. The first day I kind of got myself a lineup, so I won't tell you.
Don't worry, you don't have to tell. You don't have to share your secrets on live YouTube for everyone else to go watch.
No, but it is tricky out there, because even though you've got your lineup, it worked on the first day. But today is so much more different, so it's tricky out there, and you got to have your game plan. And yeah, the first 2 days, some of the guys we surfed in between being up the point and a little bit further down. Now today everything's up the point. There's some waves running all along the inside there. Some rock hopping going on, but geez, like I said, when the sets come through, there's really, really nice rideable waves, nicely lined up. Yeah, so good.
And I'm also really interested to hear what type of boards you're riding out here. Are these your normal boards that you would be riding at home, or have you changed it up a little bit for these smaller conditions?
No, so these two boards that I've got here, obviously they're from Spider. One's a thumbprint and one's got a squash tail. And I used them in Cape Town last year, and they went so nicely that I put them away. And so the first day when I came out, I took my thumbprint one out, and I ride a 5.8, 18 3/4. So I took that out and it really, really well. And then this morning when I went out there, I was we're paddling out on dark, and because it's so much closer, I was okay, I'm not going to use this one in case I knock a fin out because it's so close. And I took my red board out, and it went just as nicely. And then I got back to the car and I'm like, oh gosh, now what board am I going to ride? And then my wife goes, stick with your blue one. So yeah, there's nothing, it's my normal board that I ride them. Those are my dimensions forever, and I just use them. There's nothing special to any of my boards, except Spider just makes me magic boards.
And the two boards that you've kept for a while on ice, it's quite a common thing for surfers. Once they find that magic board, they like to put it away, especially for contests, make sure that it's going to be going just as well as we'd like for it to work in the contest. But I think one of the great things is that you're saying both boards felt good, and then you can be confident on both. You have your options out there.
Yeah, that is true. And I've actually heard some of the guys talk, and they say, hey, I'm going to bring up my board, I've had it stashed away and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, me too. I've had them stashed away. So yeah, look, they both go well, and I'm sure if like tomorrow, if it's the same, I'll grab my blue one. If I had to grab the red one, it'll work. So yeah, it's nice just to know that you've got two boards that feel good under your feet, and yeah, I can't complain about that.
Yeah, indeed. It's nice to have those comfort levels out there, especially when going in for a heat. And now I want to get into some of your surfing history and what you've accomplished in your career, and I'm sure there's more to accomplish even now at masters level. But obviously you've competed on the championship tour, you also did the Vans Triple Crown, and you were a Vans Triple Crown winner. And from what I know is at Vans Triple Crown you surfed Pipeline, Haleiwa and Sunset Beach, am I correct? Or did you surf somewhere else?
Yeah, we surfed Sunset, Haleiwa, and then the girls actually had a contest in Maui at Honolulu Bay, and it was amazing. Yeah, and those were the 3 waves that counted for the Triple Crown.
Wow, I've seen those waves at Honolulu Bay, and it's definitely one of those locations that you want to go to. And I just wanted to ask, in those moments when you think back to how you were competing then, was there anything that stood out to you, in your routine or maybe your mindset that you were carrying with you in that Triple Crown?
Do you know what? I think I've got now, being older, I think I've got more of a routine that happens. I just used to get down to the beach with my travelling buddy, Melanie Redmond car, and we used to go for our early surfs. And yeah, just sit around, watch the waves, strategize what you want to do, this, that, and everything. And nothing then is kind of different to now, to be quite honest. Yeah, I think I wish I'd known more about what I know now back then. Things could have been a little bit different, but yeah, going into it, I don't think I was even focused that much on a Triple Crown. You just want to get through heats and stuff like that. And yeah, then when I found out I was in contention for it, it was like, jeez. Yeah, and then I won it, and yeah, I phoned Mom and I said, Mom, I won the Triple Crown. And I think I won like $7,000, but then it was like, oh my gosh, I won $7,000. That was a hell of a lot of money. Yeah, so I was really, really stoked, and yeah, being the only South African out of a man or lady to win it, I'm like really proud of it. I know Geordie Smith came close the 1 year, and I was like, well, that would be cool, 1 guy, 1 girl, but yeah, so I'm still pretty stoked.
A very prestigious win. Not many people can say they have a Triple Crown under their belt. And then obviously I also wanted to ask you about some of your World Surfing Championships experience and ISAs, and that you were at the last Masters in ISA in El Salvador, and obviously before then you've actually won a few ISA events. So can you tell us a little bit about how you find that contest different to those that we're having now, like our Masters here?
Yeah, well, the setups at the last one we went to the setup was like unbelievable. It was, you've got your ice baths, you've got just the last little town right on the beach there. We were very, very spoiled. I was obviously on a team with Tasha Mintasti, Tyrell and Gary, and we all just bonded so nicely. Our team worked nice together. The waves were amazing. Again, we were the first ones in the water. We were like going in, the water was so warm, it was like you don't even get in and shiver. And it was like amazing. Here, you get in and it's like you're shivering because you're so flippin' cold. But yeah, I think all Masters events, I think those ISA ones are a little bit more competitive. But you come down here and the Masters are just so chilled. And everybody's just cheering and for each other. Even at the ISAs, everybody is, it's not like your opposition is your opposition and that's it. Everybody is really nice, friendly, cheers you on, and it just makes it so awesome.
Yeah, definitely a really great vibe down here, and really supportive and passionate surfing community, which is really great to see. And then obviously when you went to that ISA Masters event, you would have obviously seen some of the girls that used to compete against back in the day? Anyone that you saw after many years of not surfing?
Oh yeah, it was like a huge reunion. It was like Serena Brooke, Kim Waldridge, Rochelle Ballard, one of my travel buddies, Azal Marie-Pierre from France. Like everybody was there, and it's like you're walking around, how's it? And then it's like you reminisce about this and about that, and yeah, it was like really, really cool. Like I do wish there was some other girls that were there, but you know, it was just an event to remember, because the previous ones we didn't have one for quite a few years before that, and those girls weren't surfing. Yeah, I think Lane surfed. I can't remember if Lisa Anderson surfed, but they went there last year. It was like totally different, but it was a big reunion, and it was just amazing just to have your friends there supporting you and surfing against you. And yeah, no, there was no like cat fights or anything. Everyone was like cool in the water, and yeah.
So it was a little bit more relaxed than back in the day when you were on the championship tour.
Yeah, back on the day in the championship tour was a little bit more fasty. Yeah, a little bit more hustling and stuff like that. So yeah, it was more chilled. We're older, and then you think, oh geez, we weren't that great buddies, but everybody's matured and everybody just got along, and yeah.
No longer thinking about how to beat them in the water too much. It's just more about surfing and sharing the ocean.
100%, yeah.
That is awesome. And what an incredible experience to be able to reconnect with people that you haven't maybe seen in a while, but also friends from all around the world and different cultures. And if there's anything that surfing has taught you, do you have like a specific lesson in mind that you always think back to when you're in like maybe a space, a difficult challenge?
Well, Graham Hines always said, no matter what space you're in or whatever is happening in the water, if you're having a good heat, especially if you're having a bad heat, he says, if you've taken off on a wave and you've fallen off, he says, don't paddle out there going, oh, this wave and that like that. He says, you can't resurf it, can't redo anything with it. Paddle out, take a couple deep breaths, and go and pretend you're starting again. So that's always like stuck with me. Like you have a bad session or something, and then if you have a good session, you just keep those vibes with you when you're paddling out. You think about those waves and everything like that. So, yeah.
I think one of the things a lot of us surfers face actually is perfection. We're always chasing like that perfect 10 ride or, you know, a perfect surf and a perfect wave. And the ocean always teaches us that nothing is perfect, and there's a lot of imperfection in the ocean, in surfing, even in ourselves. And that is something that I've grown to learn as well. And what you're saying, paddling out and taking a deep breath and remembering, hey, I'm going to just get another wave. That is one of the most important lessons we can teach and pass on to other people who start surfing.
Yeah, surfing's a challenge, hey? Like no waves are the same. Like you can go and you can play tennis, and your tennis court is like that, your golf course. I know the wind plays a bit of factor, and the grass and the lawn and everything like that, but the waves, they are just, every wave is different, and a nice wave could come to you, you can paddle for it and it looks good until you take off. It just might bend the wrong way, or you might just take the wrong line the wrong way or something, and then your really good wave isn't really that great. Yeah, and you might just get into a real good bomb that just lines up for you, and you can just do maneuver after maneuver. Yeah, so it is. Every wave is different, every ride's different, but you just got to take what you can get. Like I said, the other day it was terrible conditions, but the break here, there were still running waves, and it was contestable. You could float over a section, you could snap, you could do whatever you wanted to do, and today's nice and clean and glassy. It's smaller, but there's still waves out there. The guys are pulling off amazing maneuvers, and it's a good event to watch.
That is true. And I also wanted to ask him, you do some coaching with girls and that down in the south coast of Durban, and how is it seeing like the younger girls coming up, progressing and pushing their surfing?
Well, we don't have too many girls like in like my surf school that's like up and coming. I've got I do a lot of like the learn to surf, like little kids, and then I've got some moms that are surfing, and I've told them come and surf, and they're like no, they're not coming anywhere to go and do any contests or anything like that. But just watching, like when I watch like a lot of the junior events, there's a lot of young little girls, even young guys coming up, and it's really amazing to see. I've got like some little 7, 8, 9-year-old girls that are surfing that are like, they've literally just started a couple months ago, and they are really, really keen. I've got a little girl and her mom that are coming up for a surf camp, and her aunt, and her aunt's told me that all she wants to do is get in and surf contests, but she's still very beginner. So it's nice that they've got these goals. Yeah, and I think it's just amazing that there are these days so many little girls, young ladies that are surfing, because it's an amazing sport. It's nice to just be out there chilling. When the dolphins come, it makes it even like Mother Nature. I always say we've got the best playground ever. You don't have to pay for it. You can just go in and surf. But yeah, there's a lot of good talent coming up when I look at like the junior girls, even like the little Groms, the juniors, the opens. Yeah, I'm glad I'm now surfing masters, because I'm not going to opens this year, no ways.
Yeah, and it's nice to see these younger kids, that you see all their passion and stoke and excitement, and it kind of reminds you like, hey, that's where I started, and that's kind of why I'm still doing it, is because I still feel the same way. Yeah. Watching them surfing in those conditions and learning and progressing. And I think sometimes we forget what it's like to start from zero. Yeah, start from zero and in the foam, and challenging ourselves to get up in bumpy conditions, because we get so used to riding these open face waves, and then all of a sudden we remember that it's actually a lot harder to get up on a foamy wave than an open face one.
No, you're 100% right. Hey, like when I do, like some days, like obviously I'm at St. Mark's, so we don't have like a nice long open beach like this. So sometimes that shore break is hectic, or out at backline is hectic, and you can't get out there. And some of the guys that come and surf with me, they can go and surf out the back, but they want it nice and easy. And we don't have like Durban. You can go out by the piers and stuff like that. You've got to either get in and go and get smashed, if it's not like a nice day where you can just pedal out. And then I often say to them, let's take like a longer board. Let's go play around on the foamies, because while you're in that foam, it's balance. Then when you do manage to get that wave out the back, it's going to be like butter. You're going to get up and you're just going to like cruise. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking a long board on those days that you can't get out. You can never be enough paddle fitness, hey? Yeah, if the guys ever watch the contest in Haleiwa, you would know it's a paddle and a paddle and a paddle. When that rips there, you paddle. So you need to get in and get your paddle on. And yeah, we've gone out on days where it's big, it's onshore, and you take our learn to surf boards and we go in and you just play around. And it's that time in the water. There's no better time than any time in the water.
That is true, and definitely putting yourself in like more challenging conditions, difficult situations, that's when you actually grow the most in the sport.
Yeah, you have to put yourself. The other day, it was like quite big at Saints like that, and I think I must have sat on the beach for about 2 hours contemplating, do I want to go or don't I want to go? Because now I'm at that age where I don't really have to go, you know? Back in the day, like I look back on photos and I'm like, a memory came up and my wife said to me, check, you're out at Saints, it was like 10 foot, check that wave. And I'm like, yeah, but I was a lot younger then and a lot more braver, and now we can decide if we want to go out. And I eventually went out. I did get worked a little bit, but yeah, I managed to get out, get waves, and if I didn't go out, I wouldn't have got the waves, and it was a challenge, and I enjoyed it, even though your heart beats a little bit more sometimes, but it was a good challenge. You've got to put yourself in that position, hey?
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, it is your local break, so you do have quite a good knowledge of the area, maybe helping you feel a little bit more comfortable getting out in conditions like that. I know a few years ago, the Masters was at St. Mike's, and it was quite some solid surf, very different to what we're looking at now here in Cape St. Francis. Yeah. And I know a lot of the guys were struggling with the paddle outs, and, you know, back then, like, were you giving some tips to some of the other teams, or were you kind of like, let's see how they handle this situation?
Oh no, I think everybody will. I was really nervous. We had 2 years there that it was like big, and they had guys that would, we only had one jet ski, and they would literally take us out just to get us out to the start, and that was it. After you've caught your waves, you either get smashed or whatever. But no, I think I was too nervous. I wasn't really telling anybody anything. I was chatting with Ant, and I'm like, Ant, when those sets come, you get me out of there. Whistle, Royden was down there. But yeah, I remember it was both the 2 years that we had the event there. It was just crazy. I know there were barrels. I know Greg and all those guys were raving about how nice and that it was, but I remember paddling out in my heat, and I don't know if it was Kay Holt or if it was Paul Canning's sister Lindy. I just made it over, and I looked back like that, oh my gosh. And they were like right there when that thing was breaking, and I was like, oh, that poor chick, she's just gotten smashed, yeah. But your adrenaline rushes, and you know, it's what it is, and you have to go. If it's 8 foot, you got to go out. If it's 2 to 3 foot, you got to go and make the most of this situation you're in and the condition you're in, and you train for that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always prepared, and it's so funny thinking about that because there's always a situation when you're the one just making it out, or you're the one just getting a little bit smoked by the next wave. So we all have those moments where it's like, phew, thank goodness, sorry guys, or you're the one left behind in the inside section.
No, I know. The 1 year, back in the day, when they used to have, like, I think they used to have bodyboarding, kneeboarding, surfing all together, one SA Champs, and we had it at Vic Bay. And there was one guy, I can't actually remember and it used to be like you used to get your grandmasters, your super vets, your vets and stuff like that. And my dad was still surfing, and my dad, he wasn't the bravest, but he went out there. And then there was the one guy, I think his board was an old windsurfer that had been made a bit smaller, and he was the guy in that position where my dad just made it over, and I'm like, oh my gosh, thank goodness Dad you made it over. And that other poor guy, and it stands out so much with me, this guy was like getting smashed there, and I was like, that poor guy, like 2 or 3 waves in a row. Yeah, I don't know how many waves the super vets caught that day, but they went out there and they performed. And yeah, it's like same like here, the over 60s, the over 65s. We had contests even in East London, the one Masters there. It was massive everywhere. I think the harbour was even closed, and the guys had to go out, and we surfed corner, and the guys managed to get out and they caught their waves, and yeah, so
Yeah, all part of the adventure of surfing. And then I just want to ask, you've traveled to a lot of waves, you've surfed a lot of waves. Is there anywhere in particular that's like, if I could, that's where I would surf every single day for the rest of my life?
Well, do you know what? My home break is really nice, but if I had like Jaber in my backyard, I would enjoy that. I used to really enjoy surfing Rocky Point in Hawaii quite a bit, so it's a nice little left at home. We've got quite a few rights and stuff like that, but I'm just like, as long as there's a wave, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
That is so fun. And Heather, you obviously are from the south coast of KZN, so you're used to a bit warmer waters than we're having right now. And how do you feel like putting on that slightly thicker wetsuit than normal, or are you still sticking to a light wetsuit just to keep loose in the water?
Tash, you must probably going to have a heart attack when I tell you this, but yes, home is a hell of a lot warmer. However, I surf in a 4-3 even at home. So putting it on here, it's actually really, really comfortable. But I did use a 3-2 in my heat, and it was fun. And then this morning I was like, oh, should I be putting on this thick wetsuit because it's so small? And you know what, I kind of find like when it's cold, even though it is a thicker suit, you just feel comfortable in the water. But at home, I think I kind of sometimes surf, because sometimes like I can be in the water 2 to 5 hours every day, and I'm in a 4-3, and like some guys, you'll get guys that come up from Cape Town or wherever, and I'm like, are you not cold? And they're like, no, this is like bath water. And they're like, what suit are you wearing? And I'm like, a 4-3, and they're like, are you kidding me? So yeah, no, I'm in a 4-3.
Yeah, it's always funny, like now, we generally come up to Durban for a few contests, and June, July time, and Cape Town surfers are all in their short wetsuits, and all the Durban guys are in long wetsuits, saying it's a little bit chilly. So we have quite different coastlines and different water temperatures for all of our surfers.
Yeah, last year in Cape Town, that was terrible. Like you duck dive under one wave, and you're getting like an ice cream headache, and then there's kelp right in front of you, and I couldn't believe it. Like you paddle out on one side, and then you catch a left, and you're on the left side of the kelp, and it's like a little bit warmer, even though it's still freezing. And then my last day there, I had flipping a hoodie on because I actually couldn't take it. And my pinky was not sticking to the rest of my fingers, and I'm like, I couldn't do dawn patrols here in Cape Town at all. So I don't think I'd ever move down there because the water's way too cold. Out here this morning, I thought this morning was a tiny little bit colder than the last 2 days. Not that bad. But yeah, I do prefer home water.
I definitely think it is a bit of a challenge, especially when you start changing not just like locations, but also that temperature change, because now you're someone who's used to Cape Town, you're used to surfing with a lot heavier items on you, your hoodie, your gloves, maybe your booties too. And in Durban, you're obviously surfing in your board shorts, most of the time. And then to change over between the two, sometimes it feels a little bit different when you're paddling, when you're standing up on the wave, even with your rotation. So if you're going somewhere where maybe the change is a little bit more intense, do you try to get there a bit earlier?
Yeah, you always try, like even when we came down here, like it is nice to get the feel of the water, and that's also why we go to surf before our heats, to get just the feel of the ocean itself. Even though it's going to change by the time you surf, you've got the feeling, you know how cold it is or whatever, but it is, you're 100% right. Like if I go, even being on the lower south coast, and then you go and surf Durban, the temperature there, even though it's an hour away, it's a tiny little bit different. So there you want to go in your baggies, you actually kind of feel a bit naked because you feel like so much more looser, where at home it's like you're being held together with your wetsuit, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so sometimes even like in a contest, or even when you just go free surfing, and I go from on the coast up Scottsboro or Durban way, I tend to wear a wetsuit just because you're just comfortable in it, and that's what you want to be. You want to be comfortable when you're surfing.
Yeah, that's true. I know sometimes when I come up to Durban, my first surf feels like I might be slipping and sliding all over the show, but eventually
wax change up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Wax change. So I think there's a lot of technical things that some people might not realize go into surfing, even if you are just free surfing, board design, fins, wax, wetsuit, no wetsuit.
Yeah, well, I'm very, very old school. I should know more about surfboards than I should or than I do. But however, like when I used to do the tour, and Spider used to sponsor, he still sponsors me, and he used to say, Spider, I'm going to Hawaii, I need boards for here. I'm going to Tahiti, we need boards for here. Okay, no worries, Ferg, we'll do it. Okay, now I'm going to Europe, we need, and he would, shake me the boards that I needed, and they all worked and stuff. So I never really learned. And then I'd listen to some of the guys and the girls, and they're like, oh no, their tails like so thick, and they got boxy rails or pinch rails. And at the time I'm like, what the heck is a boxy rail? Like, what's a pinch rail? And yeah, so my boards go and everything like that. My fins, I used to ride when FCS came out and was still the plastic ones, and I used the G3s. No, I used to use G2s, and I think Lane Beachley said to me one day, why are you using such big fins? And I'm like, I don't know. So I tried the G3s, and now I'm sponsored by Maish fins, and I think Justin gave me some, I don't know what they were, some fins long ago, and he said, try these. I think I tried them right, and you can't confuse me. So I said, no, Justy, can you rather just stick with making like the G3s? And that is what I use. And I know fins make such a difference in the waves and stuff like that. But you know what? I just take my G3s and my boards and I make them work, and they do work. So yeah, I'm happy with my equipment as it is.
Sticking with the magic combination there.
Don't chop and change.
Yeah, a lot of us are starting to get very technical, how our fins, the rake of our fins, how big they are. Are we doing a 2+1, or are we having slightly larger fins on the outside and a middle smaller fin? So it does get a little bit complicated.
It does, and I know Kay loves to experiment with fins. Do you know why I don't think I like to experiment? Because if I change my fins up and I go out and have a bad surf, it might not be me, it's the fins. So I'd rather not, and just keep everything. Yeah, I'm not one of those that want to experiment like this and that, but I know your equipment is so important, and fins and your boards, and I mean, I've never ridden an epoxy board, so I wouldn't have a clue. Yeah, so because my boards go, so yeah, but I do know, like when you just like hear like the commentators when they're talking to the pros on the WSL and what they're riding, and this for these waves and that for that waves, it's like, okay, yeah, and it makes a big difference.
A little bit different to how the championship tour may have been.
Yeah, no, big time. Like we used to get boards, they used to be like 2 or 3 inches bigger than you. That's how you used to get your boards and stuff. Now it's the volume, and you can ride your shorter boards, and they can go in anything from 2 foot to 6 or 8 foot because the liters is right and everything like that. And back in the day, it's not, I weighed so much, I'm this tall, your board got shaped like that, and now it's a little bit different, eh? Yeah.
And going back to, obviously this is a team event, so are you traveling with your team, or you're all staying in a team house, or are you kind of just having team meetings every evening?
No, I think, and I've spoken to quite a few people for their teams. I think there are some guys that are staying together and also spread out a little bit. With my team, everybody's like scattered a little bit. We've got my wife and I've got a little cabin at the back here with Jeff Beck that the rides put me onto, and it's so nice and cozy, and it's like, I think 200 meters up the road here. So like, you never know, you have to do the trials, so you never know if you're going to be in the team or not be in the team. So do you book, don't you book? So we booked a little place for in case. We haven't really had any team meetings. Our team meetings happen when we meet on the beach, but there are some teams, I think Water Bay and Natal, I think they are like have their team meetings, and there's probably all the other teams, but we have our little gathering when we get to the beach in the morning. And I love team things. Even like when we go over to Worlds and stuff like that, and you go away with the South African team, shout and cheer, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's quite a special experience. Obviously here in South Africa at the South African Championships, but then especially when you get to go overseas and you put on your green blazer, and that's quite a moment, when you're getting ready for our opening ceremony at an ISA Worlds. You're going to see the rest of the teams in their team uniforms, and South Africa, they always say it looked the smartest with our blazers. Obviously a little bit challenging in El Salvador when you went because it was so hot.
Yeah, no, South America, geez, wherever we go and we have to wear our blazers, even when we had it like when you go to America and that in your blazers, it's like hot, but you're 100% right. Everybody says Team South Africa always looks the smartest. Even though we like sweating under those blazers, we do look smart, and that is our uniform, and that's what we do. And it's only for a couple hours, and it's awesome. And just to see all the other teams, I know Australia, that one stage they were in their blazers a few times, but I think it just gets too hot. Everybody's now in their little team kits and stuff like that. But we are in our blazers and we look good.
Yeah, great to have our South African tradition and all of those kind of special memories. Yeah, and the vuvuzelas and all those special memories that we all carry. And I think when we all get to wear our green blazers, like watching all the masters come to the opening function and those who have represented South Africa wearing their green blazers, that was really cool to see, how many surfers we have who have represented South Africa and been to international competitions that are actually competing here as well.
Yeah, no, it is. It's like when you go, like before we came down, Gary van Bergen's our team coach, manager, and I said to him, like, are we taking our blazers? And of course we're taking our blazers. Everybody takes their blazers. I'm like, okay, no, just making sure. And that is, you get there and just goes to show like how many like green blazers are out there. And it's really, really special because you don't just get given it, you've got to earn it. And once you've got it, it's a for keepsake. Like, no one can take it away from you. You've earned it, and you now have to get the little pins put on it. You swap it over with the guys. Like when you go overseas, everybody's got little memorabilia to dish out and stuff, and it's very, very special. So
Well, Heather, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I know you have your routine to follow during the day. But just the last thing, you are an 8-time South African champ, which we kind of worked out. Still trying to count how many. But good luck for this one. Your surfing in the first heat really stood out for that excellent scoring ride. And I know we're all looking forward to seeing you compete tomorrow. So good luck, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the contest.
Well, it's a very well-run event. Like, I thank goodness I'm not a contest director, because I wouldn't want to make a call. Do we surf? Don't we surf? Do we move it here? Do we move it there? Or something like that. And it's always you come to an event to come in and win and stuff like that. However, it's not always that easy because anything can happen. I mean, last year I made it to finals and I went and got the stupid interference, which was terrible. But anyway, all the girls here are surfing really, really nicely. So it's anybody's game out there. And when you have like some heats, you have like an on heat, an off heat. They can, like one of the heats, actually, I think everybody only caught one wave. There were only 4 waves ridden and each surfer caught it. So yeah, you just have to hope and pray you get the waves and yeah, do what we can to get through and yeah, hope to be in the finals.
Amazing. We hope to see you then. Good luck.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks, eh?
We saw now a wave there from Surf in the yellow. We are now into the fourth heat of the third round of the over 45 men. Yellow's wave coming in at a 4.17. As we see a paddle here from Surf in the red. He's now up and riding, staying in front of that section. Carving it back to the pocket. And he flew off the back of that wave. Some good surfing from Surfer in the red. Last wave of red coming in at a 4-point ride. So he now moves up into first position. There's been a few waves ridden from
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
Paddle from Surf in the white. Nice first turn. And he'll look to finish that wave off. And Surf in the red right behind him. Try to stick with it. unfortunately that we're not doing much for him. Surfing blew up and running right on the buzzer. Just a congratulations to the surfers who surfed in that previous heat, as we see Red up and running, doing some nice vertical turns on his backhand, one into the other. He'll pull off the back. White now up and riding. Nice carve into the foam, unfortunately getting stuck there. I know we've had some very slow heats. Our surfers trying their best to get what they can out there. But I am super impressed by the live stream and the setup that they have here. I'm sort of newly introduced to the crew and how everything works around here. And personally, I find a lot of interest in cameras and the photography world. So I am very interested in everything that goes on during events like this. I take photos for some of the events. I've only recently started, but I've noticed that some of the gear that we have here is from I've just asked one of the crew members, and I've asked if we own some outdoor photo gear. We don't yet, but definitely something to look into. They are sponsoring us at the moment, and I definitely want to have a look at some of their stuff. Apparently they have some of the widest ranges of photo and video gear, as well as rentals and personalized service from a team that's very passionate and know their craft inside and out. So we are really appreciative of having them on our team, because it definitely is important to have good gear that we can rely on. They also offer other services like art prints and selling of your old used gear. So let's say you either don't have the time or just aren't interested anymore, and you spend the money on the gear like cameras and tripods, etc., and you don't know how to sell it. They can help you do so and tell you what your stuff is worth, maybe if it's older. And what's really helpful is the rentals. I know that if there's something that I need that I don't really want to commit to yet, then I can rent it. I think that's a very helpful feature that they offer. So yeah, just another reason to appreciate our sponsors. We also have Shaper X supporting this live stream, and I have searched up some more information on them, and I found out that, I'm sure most of you know, that it is the South African home of Arawaka, Good Hope, and Sharp Eye surfboards. I know that I've spotted many Sharp Eye surfboards that the junior surfers use I've been to many junior events, and I know that junior surfers ride sharp eye. As we see White up and riding, trying his best to hold on to that wave. But carrying on with what I was saying, I know that Ben Esterhazy rides sharp eye boards. As well as Emma Schumbracher. She is a very good junior longboarder as well. But I know that her shortboard is a sharp eye surfboard. And I know that Good Hope is also well known around Cape Town area. I owned a Good Hope longboard. It was great for the smaller days. It was very much of a log, that longboard. But yeah, Shaper X is the South African home of those surfboard brands. And another reason why their boards are so great is because they use the latest technologies to ensure that accuracy and reliability. Carrying on with what I was saying, Shaper X, they use the latest technology to ensure accuracy and reliability at every level of the manufacturing process. So making sure that their boards are in top tier condition, and make sure that the science behind the shaping of the board is accurate. Now we see Surf in the yellow. Nice carve from him. And he'll pull off that wave. I'm super excited to see what tomorrow and Sunday bring as it gets more intense, as the heats get closer and closer to the finals. I know every surfer competing wants to be in that final. As we see White up and riding, unfortunately goes down. Red up and riding, a nice backhand carve from him. And into another. Red liking what he did on that wave and pulling off the back. Yellow now up and riding. Not making it past the foam there. White up and riding. Nice carve back to the pocket. And gets another one in. Staying with it. And red up behind him. Some great surfing down the line here from our surfers in this heat. And white will complete that ride. white now up and riding. This is the P leader, currently with the only surfer with a score on the board at the moment, a 1.67. That'll be his second scoring ride. Looks like a few waves rolling in.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
A nice complete ride there from Surfer in the Red.
What do you mean? Like the mic wasn't on? Hello everyone, and I am back in the booth for the next few heats. My name is Tash van Krenen. It's been a really fun day down here at Seal Point in Cape St. Francis. Currently have the over 35 men quarterfinal heat 1 in the water. You see in red John O'Hill, white Pablo Taseman, and in the yellow Manfred Adrio. We have these last 4 heats of the men's quarterfinals before we complete the day. Had some really great waves and contestable conditions for all of our surfers out there. And just a big thank you to all the sponsors who have helped us bring this live stream to everyone. Thank you to the First Choice High Protein, to Sothebys St. Francis Bay, to the Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X. Thank you to the St. Francis Brewing Company for the feeding of our crew, to True Technologies. Because without True Technologies, we would not be able to deliver this live stream. And big thank you to Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer, and Outdoor Photo. This is Yellow up and riding. Great first carve for him. Quick snap and followed by another one. This is Manfred Adrio. Great looking ride. Can he complete it? And he does, just before those rocks. You can see him trying to jump off before landing on dry rocks. Really keeping that board busy under his feet. Some great snaps for him. So Yellow starting off quickly, getting a 4.17 to start, followed by a 5.67. easily in the lead. We have red. This is John O'Hill. Great first turn. Yeah, followed by that carve back to the pocket. Fortunately, that wave just fading out on him. First of red. That was a 3.33. Definitely noticed out here in these conditions, the surfers that are getting started a little bit earlier are really building up their scoreline quicker, and feeling a bit more confident and relaxed in the water. And this looks like White up and riding on his first ride. That's Pablo Tasman. Great wrapped back to the pocket. Really saw him push on the inside or his heel rail there. Trying to work a little bit more out of this wave. Unfortunately, doesn't get around that. Not much offered. But I really liked the look of his second carve back. You can see really put the board on the rail, showed great speed, power and flow. I think the judges will reward him for that. We're now halfway through the heat. Surf and White getting a 3.43, so we have red in the with yellow in the lead, White in second and red in third. Just halfway through, and you can see some of the waves out in the lineup here. You can kind of get an idea of how high up the point they are. And this is yellow. That's Manfred. Some really great surfing from him, keeping that board busy underneath him. Really showing diverse maneuvers there. So a variety of turns. It looks like our surfer in yellow is in a great rhythm with the ocean. You can see compared to our other surfers, he's chosen waves that have offered slightly more of a wall, getting a few more turns and a completion. So from where I'm sitting, I can see the beautiful beach break down here. And the sun is slowly starting to set. Not too many waves coming through, but just a few nice little waves. A few groms paddling out to have some fun in the lineup. And just thinking about what a nice location this is. So if you would like to check out St. Francis Bay, it has the mildest temperatures with the longest sunshine hours on the coast. It's a unique and exclusive paradise here in South Africa, so contact Merle from Sothebys Realty here in St. Francis Bay, and perhaps you could be here too. And we see last of yellow coming through. That was a 7.33. Great surfing from surfer in yellow Manfred. Really putting the rest of the surfers under pressure. Got a total of 13.0. We have seen some excellent surfing. Over 50 men. Paul Canning dropping a 9.87. It's the highest scoring wave of the contest so far. Very close to that perfect 10. This is the over 35 men quarterfinals. So important results for these surfers, not only to get further in the competition, but valuable points on the line. The further you go into the event, the more points you get for your district. As we said earlier, you have a number of districts competing here. You have Cape Town Surf Riders, Cape Winelands, Eden, Nelson Mandela Bay, who are our hosts. And we have Buffalo City, Ugu, eThekwini, and Ilembe. So not just an individual event, also a team event and a team title on the line. And this is red. John O'Hill has found a better looking wave here. Great turns. Gets that float. Looking for a little bit more to end off. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit too caught on that back foot. But if he had completed that ride, it would have been a great scoring wave for him. Although I think he will still be rewarded for the rest of that wave. In surfing, we don't minus points off of a wave because a turn is not made. You score the completed part of the wave. So unfortunately here he goes for that little layback slash. Unfortunately, you can see he gets a little bit too heavy on that back foot and just can't ride out of that one. Last of red, a 5.9. 5.9. That puts him into second. So we've got yellow Manfred Adjo in the lead, John O'Hill in second, and Pablo Teisman in third. Pablo looking for a 5.81. You have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. This is white. Pablo Tasteman trying to get that requirement of a 5.81. You can see where he ended off there. It's a great looking snap for surfer in the white. Wave, unfortunately, a little bit smaller. Red, John O'Hill, trying to keep close to the foam on this one, hoping to improve on his backup, make it harder for our surfer in white to get into second. Yellow, great wrap for him. Just trying to close off this heat. 30 seconds remaining. Keeping the judges nice and busy. This heat is going to close down. Last of white, a 5.67. Not enough for him to move to second. So we have Manfred Adrio taking the win. Surf in red, John O'Hill in second, and white coming in third. We're now into our quarterfinal heat 2. In red, we have Bruce Campbell. In the white, Johan Kriek. Yellow, Adam Hansen. And in blue, Jay Sharrock. And we have a really cool gathering tonight for the surfers at the River Club at 6:30. We're going to be watching some replays from the past 3 days, enjoying catching up in each other's company, sharing some beers and pizza. So if you are some of the competitors watching, join us this evening at 6:30 at the River Club. Watch some surfing from the past 3 days. and hang out with fellow competitors. "17 minutes remaining. Surfers have yet to start catching waves in this heat. There's been a little bit of a lull. We've seen these in some of the heats. Waves just die down a little bit. Goes a little bit quiet in the ocean. And this looks like yellow. Up and riding, great snap on his backhand. Following it up, really getting to work. That was Adam Hansen in the yellow. Really like the look of that first snap there. Yellow. First ride a 5.67. He's going to be happy with that wave. So get started. I am definitely looking forward to dinner later on tonight at the St. Francis Brewing Company, where there's good food, good beer and good vibes. Last night we had some pizzas, which were really great. And lunch today, some awesome chicken and beef burgers. And looking forward to see what they're going to surprise us with tonight. I've only seen 2 rides ridden so far in this heat with 14 minutes remaining. That first wave of yellow was a 5.67. Red in second, they 0.4. Looks like there are some waves coming. Will our surfers Johan Creek in white and Jay Sharrock in blue get an opportunity here to open their scoreline? As mentioned, it has been a full day. All these surfers getting in bright and early for their morning warm-up session. And some of them only surfing now at the end of the day in their heats. And this looks like white. That is Johan Creek. Great first turn. That board looking quite fluid under his feet. Now the snapback. Really working this wave through. A lot of the surfers have seen that when you're completing your rides, you are getting rewarded, but you do risk landing on the rocks there. Luckily, white getting out just in time. And red, that is Bruce Campbell. Only started off with a 0.4, so he's looking for a bit more here. So first of white was a 4.83 and second of red a 2.43. So we have yellow in the lead, white in second, red in third, and blue in fourth. Still looking for blue to start his scoreline, get his first ride. We have nearly 10 minutes remaining. We're nearly halfway through this heat. It looks like a little bit of a flurry coming through here. You see blue, he is sitting with first priority. He can choose any wave he would like. And here he goes. That is Jay Sharrock. Carves it back to the foam. Holding it through. Looking for a little bit more. Carves it back again. It gets a little bit caught on that rail. He goes for a little bit 360 and decides to get out of that one. I don't think that was the wave he was quite looking for. Wanted a little bit more wall. Looks like yellow finishing off on a ride and red out behind him. Red staying as busy as he can. This will be his third wave. So first of blue came through at a 2.57. He's still sitting in that fourth place. And last of red, a 4.4. So red did improve on his situation. You can see he's been building up through this heat. 0.4 to start, followed by a 2.43, and then a 4.4. And that does put him in the lead, but we're waiting for last of yellow. And there it is, a 4.6 for last of yellow. So yellow is in first, red in second. We have white in third with only one wave, only looking for a 2.0 to take back that second place. And blue is in fourth with a 2.57. He is looking for a 4.27. So it is anyone's game right now to take that second place. Yellow slowly starting to creep away from the rest of the surfers. We see white and blue only having ridden one wave so far. So they are looking for a backup score. And red, this is Bruce Campbell. Quick snap there. Red really staying busy. Under priority. So a little bit more. He's hoping to improve and make that requirement a little bit higher for our surfer in the white. Blue, Jay Sharrock. This was another of those 360s. And I'm looking at the beach and I can hear a few people in the water. One of the groms climbing out the rocks, and they're saying that there's a little bit of a stingray in the water, probably just cruising through, having fun. But you don't want to get too close or step on them. They don't get too happy when you do that. That's what we were saying earlier in that interview with Heather Clark. She's saying we have the perfect playground, get to experience ocean life up close and interacting with them in their natural habitat. Obviously, never trying to interfere with their activities and what they are doing, but just being spectators of it all. So last I've read a 4.23. So red extending his second place, white now looking for a 3.8. And we saw white go on that wave. Unfortunately, could not get around the section. So we'll see if he gets that 3.8. But from what we saw on the camera, it didn't look like he got an opportunity to get the turns he would have liked to in that one. So loss of white, he's 0.5. He's still looking for that 3.8. Red has had a great strategy here. Under priority has been building his scores and now putting a little bit more pressure on those in third and fourth, needing some slightly higher scores to get through. White now needing a 3.8. Blue needing a 6.06. And it's quite interesting. This is yellow from the next heat walking out. Gonna jump off here. So there is a keyhole around the back section. You can't see it here, where most of the surfers paddle out. A little less wave action. It looks like yellow in the next heat has chosen to paddle out the line. Probably feels that it's a little bit easier to get to the position they need to get to. White, that was Johan Creek on that one, looking for that 3.8. And he showed some great flair on that wave. Really pushing hard deep and holding it in the pocket. You can see here, great snap. And we'll see what the judges reward him with. The wave was a little bit smaller than he probably would have liked, but there, he gets that front foot way up above the lip line. Impressive to pull it through as he digs a little bit of that heel rail. Not sure if you can hear the music in the background. The judges have been playing all day. Some really great music, keeping everyone active and vibes high on the beach. So white comes through his last wave, a 4.6 that moves him into second. So now red is down into third, and there goes red. He's looking for a 5.03. Great start on this wave. Very tight heat between these two surfers. There's another snap there. Check turn. Is he going to get a little bit more? Goes for a floater. And he unfortunately does not ride out of that wave. So completion is considered when your board rides out in front of the white water. You could see he got a little bit stuck at the end, holding it at the back of the foam. So another wave for white coming in. Red, his last ride, also needs to come through. But you see here, he gets a little bit stuck and the board gets on top of the foam there, so he doesn't ride out of it completely. He would have had to ride in front of that white water for that turn to be considered complete. And this looks like yellow, our current heat leader, Adam Hansen, trying to find a little bit more here. Ooh, unfortunately goes down and looked like he was quite close to those rocks there. We'll see now. So he's lying down to get out of the shallow section. And that is blue, Jay Sharrock. He is in fourth. Looking for a 6.86 now. Last of yellow just at 2.87 and last of white at 2.0. So those don't factor into their scoreline. Last of blue at 2.1. Does go into his top two, but he's still looking for that 7.43 to go to second, because last of red, a 5.6. So red jumps back into second. Yellow in the lead. Red now in second. White down to third, looking for a 5.18. We have 40 seconds remaining. Red going again. Unfortunately, catching his toe rail there. Will there be an opportunity for white? I'm looking out at the ocean. It doesn't look like there are any lines that are coming through these last 20 seconds. What a tight heat between our surfer in yellow, red, and white. Red and white continuously exchanging that second position. And this heat is counting down. 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of the over 35 quarterfinal heat 2. Very close heat, closely matched heat there. Now going into quarterfinal heat 3. In red we'll see Clinton Gravett. In white, Jeffrey Greaves. In yellow, Kyle Myers. And in blue, Keegan Null. What an exciting last heat. And I'm sure these final two heats will be action-packed. And just a big thank you to the sponsors who have helped make this possible so we can bring you the live stream at home. Big thank you to First Choice High Protein, to Sothebys St. Francis Bay, the Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X. Thank you to St. Francis Breweries for feeding our crew, to True Technologies for their reliable high-speed internet, to Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer and Outdoor Photo. And that is how we are bringing you this Open Plan Pictures live stream, live on YouTube as well as live heats. I am going to be leaving you now as I have to go last few heats on the beach commentary. So I hope you enjoy final two heats of the day, an action-packed day that we have had. It has been fun watching all the surfers. We've seen excellent scores. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Surf in the red up and riding, showing some nice backhand carves. We've seen some great surfing in this heat from our over 35 men heat 3. We see Clinton Gravett currently watching his replay, dropping a 9.17 in this heat. We see Surfer in the white just behind him in second position, also previously catching a wave. It's definitely been tricky conditions out here, but our surfers definitely showing us that they can surf any conditions, providing some entertaining heats for us. As we see another paddle, red having a look at that wave. Another paddle from blue on a smaller one. See what he can manage to do. Nice first turn. And he'll come off the back that one. You see a replay. Really technical maneuver here on this frothy one on the inside. As we see white now up and riding, our surfer in second position. Natural footer trying to stay in front of that section. Landing that, almost landing that layback turn. Surf in red's last ride coming in at a 7-point ride. Surf in red really dropping the higher scores. However, that 7-point ride does not factor, as his first wave was a 7.83. As we look at the replay here, our surfer in white just managing to hold on to that maneuver. Another paddle here. This is our surfer in yellow on his backhand, generating speed, getting ready for his first turn, getting a few turns in on this wave, and he completes that ride. We'll see what the judges think of that ride as we look at the replay. Nice short turn off the top. Straight into the next one. Surfer in yellow just managing to get that ride in the last few minutes. And that ride coming in at a 4.43. It does not enough for him to move into second position. Congratulations to surfer in the red as well as surfer in the blue for advancing into the next round. We now have our last heat of the day. We have in red Craig Johnson, in white Hayden McNichol, in yellow we have Aidan Genius, and in yellow in blue, we have Brian Mulang. Surfing rig now up and running. This is Craig Johnson. Making it around that section. Getting a good few turns in. Trying to stay with this wave, and he'll kick off the back of that one. We have a paddle. This is our surfer in blue. Nice first turn. Wrap to the pocket. And again. This is Brian Mulang. And that's all he wants from that wave. We'll see what the judges give for our scores. But let's watch Surfer in Blue's wave once again. Nice wrap. Up again on the inside wave. Surfer in the red, his first ride coming in at a 3.83, and surfer in the blue, that wave coming in at a 3.93. Coming down to 15 minutes remaining.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
We have two other scores that have come through. 4.5 for surfer in the red and a small score of a 0.93 for surfer in the blue. Yellow now up and riding. Just going down on that wave. As we look at a replay here, just the tap off the top. Getting ready for another turn. Nice and vertical there from our surfer in the yellow. Unfortunately, just not able to hang on to that. As we see him up and riding once again, trying to get another score on the board. Really some nice backhand surfing here from our surfer in the yellow. And he'll kick off the back of that one. As we look at the replay, after falling short on that set wave, he needed to catch a littler one. Second wave of yellow comes in at a 4.77, so yellow bumps up to second position. As we see a paddle here from surfer in the red, our heat leader Craig Johnson. Nice first turn and into the second one. Really showing some connected turns here as White stands up behind him. Hayden McNichol, also a nice wrap back to the pocket. And another really utilizing as much as he can on this wave. As we look at the replay, really critical body movement. So the surfer in the blue and the little one on the inside as yellow stands up behind him, doing some great surfing. coming down to the last 5 minutes of this heat. This is the current situation. We have surfer in the yellow in first position, sitting with a 4.77 and an 8.17. Surfer in the red in second with a 4.5 and a 6.83, as we see a white up and riding. But in third we have Brian Mulang with a 3-point ride and a 4.67, and he only needs a score of a 6.67. And surfer in the white sitting with a 5.67, now waiting on a score as we watch his replay. As we come down to the last few minutes of this heat and of the day, just wanted to say a big thanks to Open Plan Pictures for streaming throughout the day. I know we had a little bit of difficulties this morning with setting up, but we managed to get it done just as the first heat had ended. But we also want to thank all the sponsors that have supported us through the process, playing a big part in helping make this happen. signals the end of our SA Champs, SA Masters Champs for the day. That was the end of day 3. We will now be wrapping up. Just a big thanks to everyone watching, and we will be starting tomorrow morning at 7:30 with our over 60 men heat 1 quarterfinal. So looking forward to seeing everybody bright and early, but get a good night's rest, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
I am nature, I am calm, I am balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.